All right. What up? What up? How we doing? It was a solemn morning today with Necromancy being nerfed. Apparently. I don't know. One second, I need to type in my pen. All right. How is everyone doing? Yeah, you can definitely feel the reduction in damage, but it's not like, wow, I was doing 5 million damage per second and now I'm doing 3 damage per second. Like, a lot of people are blowing it way out of proportion. Thanks, Natsu, for the sub. I do need to increase my max health. I forgot to do that. Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that. No one tells me anything anymore. Oops, I signed. So against poisonable bosses, you're definitely going to see a substantial reduction in damage. That's for sure. Like, I did a little bit of Solak, and Solak felt not good. I might lose this kill later on because I'm an idiot and signed, but probably fine. And I imagine Carapac feels pretty bad as well. The death mark not taking a tick to detonate, super, super, super good, though. Like, really, really, really good. What's going on? How's everybody doing? Bro, it's so funny. People are so mad about Necromancy. Yeah, like, there are some complaints that I get. Because, like, me, I'm already good at the game, right? So it kind of doesn't matter to me, like, if Necromancy gets nerfed, because I'll be fine. But then there's a lot of people who are like, Necromancy went from being the best combat style to still the best. Why is my entire life ruined? It's like, okay, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Also, the Deathmark change is, like, really, really, really good. Like, it really can't be understated how good Deathmark is at a lot of places with it detonating instantly. At poisonable bosses, you can really feel it. Like, I'm not gonna act like poisonable bosses aren't way, way, way worse now. Like, that's true. There's kind of no denying that. Yikes, that was hot. Wait, I rezzed that. Okay, never, never mind. I'm bad. Okay, I griefed there, but I guess I can just blame Jagex because of Necromancy nerf, right? Smile. Your kill times drastically changed. The poisonable bosses, it's definitely changed a lot. Like, you can feel how bad the damage reduction is. The only other boss I've done is Virago, and Virago feels more or less the same. Like, you definitely do a lot less damage in P1 and 3, but P2 and P4 are time gated, and in P5, you, like, it's pretty much negligible. I think the damage reduction from Ghost was a lot. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. I don't think it's that big of a deal. The double ectoplasm, like, there are 0 people, except if you're an iron. If you're an iron, then it's worth considering. But there are 0 people who are like, man, the only thing about Necromancy is I just can't afford to use what's it called. I can't afford the ectoplasm costs. Like, that's not really a thing, right? Personally, I haven't had any sustain issues with Vengeful Ghost, but we'll see. I think the Vengeful Ghost duration feels really bad. But it's nothing that, like, we can't get used to. It just feels bad. Deathmark no longer taking a tick to proc is really, really, really nice as well. Like, this was about 20 seconds slower, but it just doesn't matter. And, like, that's kind of the big takeaway from these changes, is that a lot of the changes that happened, it just kind of don't matter. Or at a lot of bosses, like, you will be doing reduced damage, but it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. So you 100% will lose damage here. Like, that's pretty undeniable. It's the big question is it meaningful damage loss? And generally speaking, it does not feel to be like super meaningful damage loss. Oh, that's really bad. Okay, fixed it. But yeah, like, it's 100% worse. There's no denying that. The thing that a lot of people aren't really taking into account is that, one, we knew that... Wait, did something dead? So, one, we knew that the Deathmark change was going to happen no matter what, right? Like, that's just a guarantee. That has to happen no matter what. Yeah, so I think it's closer to 10 to 15% at longer fights, and at shorter fights it's gonna be, or at shorter fights and against poisonable bosses, it's gonna be closer to the 25 to 30. Oh no. I might die here. Okay, never mind. Did not die here. Okay, there we go. That was a little spicy. But yeah, like these kill times are 100% slower. Like I don't think anyone in their right mind is denying that. I think the big thing is this so much slower that Necromancy is not usable anymore? And the answer is no. Necromancy is still really, really, really good. Yeah, so like at Raciel, your kill times do go up, which is bad, or which like it sucks for sure. Like I'm not gonna say that doesn't suck, but at the same time, your food consumption is about the same because of what's it called? Because you get to resummon your guys for free in P4, which was one of the big things that sucked about Raciel, was that if your guys died in P4, which they did for most players, you just didn't get them back. He could have killed me there. That was really bad. Yeah, the other styles have a lot to gain from Necro or from the crit changes, which I think those are just a going through no matter what. And the other styles do have a lot to gain from that, but like I don't think it's like a big deal or even like bad. Ooh, that's really bad. Do I take like a ton of damage on? No, it's fine. Okay, my skulls killed me in one hit. That was not good. Yeah, you definitely feel it. Oh my god, get in the thing. Oh, that's so sad. I'm like right here. Come on, push. Nice, got it. Yeah, like, it's not going to meaningfully... Well, it's not going to affect your ability to kill a boss. If you couldn't kill it before, you can't kill it now. But if you can kill a boss, you're going to notice it's going to take a little bit longer to actually get the kill down. Like, my Virago kills are going to be 2 to 3 minutes longer, and a little bit of that is damage, but a little bit of that is also... I signed in P5, which I've never done before, so... But yeah, you definitely feel it. So that is something that you're just going to need to work on kind of on your own. I did not mean to put on Aegis. Like, I think the rotation of just put bloat on and use basics is probably not good enough. Like, you probably are going to need to throw in, like, a hard-hitting move every now and then. I do think that Haunt's duration should last forever, though. Like, the Haunt nerf feels the worst out of everything. The duration nerf. I mean, that's possible. It's hard to know for sure. Like, I think where Necromancy succeed is that it got a lot of people playing the game. And it got a lot of people, like, learning. Yeah, I think that's, like, the worst thing about Haunt. Is, like, using it in the middle of your rotation is just, like, really awkward. Oh, what did I just do? Don't look at that. Like, the thing that's nice about Virago is that you already have a lot of downtime at this boss anyways. So, it just doesn't feel anywhere near as bad as it does to other bosses. Wait, what did I just do? Oh my god. I went to read chat and I messed up my dive. It's fine. Asked Amon last night if it's possible to come back to Necro in the future, buff the numbers again. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Like, it's... There's no way they're just gonna nerf it and say, wow, Necro is really bad now. Okay. And then just leave it. Like, that's not gonna happen, right? And I don't know why anyone would think that that's what would happen. Yeah, exactly. And, like, another thing to consider, too, is that they very likely released Necro too strong to see what was working about it and what wasn't working, right? So, on one end, there's a lot of stuff about Necro that's really, really, really good. I think having 3 basics and then your whole kit revolving around those 3 basics is good stuff. I think we're going to see the styles whenever we get another rework of all the styles. We're going to see it. We're going to see them adopt that type of thing. Still should have waited a bit longer to start nerfing. I disagree. Because what happens if they wait to nerf everything is... What happens if they wait to nerf everything is what's going to happen is everyone in the subreddit is going to say, what? So you're telling me that you got that, like, after you buff up all the other styles, you're just going to nerf Necromancy and now it's unusable? Wow, Jagex, way to ruin the entire game. Like, that's what happens if they wait to nerf it. So it's a lose-lose from Jagex. Well, yeah, so, like, if they're gonna get yelled at no matter what, then, like, why even wait? Like, just do the nerf, because they're going to do it, anyways. Why even wait? Well, like, the other thing, too, is the other styles aren't unusable. But, like, a lot of people are like, yeah, Necromancy literally killed all of their styles. It's like, I guess? The thing is that the meta only matters insofar as you adhere by the meta. You don't have to adhere by the meta. Like, that's up to you. Now, in group content, it's less up to you, right? Because if you can't get on a team because of the meta, then that's really frustrating. But generally speaking, yeah, exactly. But generally speaking, that type of gatekeeping, like, doesn't happen. It's pretty rare you see people gatekeep, like, yeah, you're not allowed to use this combat style. Like, that's pretty rare. Oops. Hey, there we go. It looks like I know how to play the game now. Good. I disagree, John. There are 0 bosses right now that if you could kill them before, you can't kill them now. That's the point of Necromancy, is that Necromancy operates differently from the other skills in that you actually need to learn how to use Necromancy in order to, like, effectively kill stuff with it. You can't just press buttons and that's it. And I think that if you learned how to kill most bosses, or if you learned how to kill Raziel and Raksha and whatever, like, you have a good enough grasp on Necromancy that you're not just, wow, I used to be able to kill this boss, and now I'm just a complete bumbling buffoon. I don't have hands anymore. I can't kill this boss. It's impossible. This was a really good quality of life change, by the way. They made it so that when Virago puts on Reflect, he cleanses all damage over time. Shouldn't have done that. Putrid Zombie got over-nerfed, for sure. There's, like, no denying that. Putrid Zombie got way over-nerfed. Yeah, at bosses. Yeah, at bosses that aren't poisonable, you're gonna notice a difference. It's not gonna be that big of a difference. At bosses that are poisonable, it's pretty rough. Like yeah, it's not great. Now again, the thing to consider is that from a game design perspective and like the balance of the game and the good of and you know what's good for the game, Necromancy Haunt specifically had to get nerfed, period. Like there is no getting around that. There are literally watch dude tell me I shouldn't be killing Raciel. Okay. Listen, John, I'm not saying that you shouldn't listen to them. I'm saying that you've seen me play for how long on Revolution? Like I've been playing on Revolution since I started playing the game. You don't need to be on full manual. Especially on Necromancy. Necromancy was specifically made so that full manual is way, way less important than it is for the other styles. Yeah, I mean, your big hits are still big. It's just your small hits don't get much bigger, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, there are people who definitely gatekeep. Like, I just... The only person who should be gatekeeping anyone in here is yourself. If you don't want to do something because you don't feel comfortable doing it, then that's fine. But if someone else is telling you, well, actually, you need full tier 95 everything to kill any boss, that is definitively not true. I should have disruption shielded that. That was dumb to not disruption shield it. Okay, can we not run into that? Wait, I'm so confused. Where's the last hammer piece? Oh, it's right here. I wasn't counting autos. I should have been counting. What's going on, Jelly? Dang, I actually could have had that. That's really unfortunate. Okay, there we go. Very nice. Yeah, Carapac definitely feels a lot worse. Like, for sure. I imagine that Carapac, Glacier, and Solak all feel, like, pretty bad. Oh, I barely use any food that kill one. But yeah, if you picked up the fundamentals of the game and you know how to play the game, the reality is, as long as Necromancy does any damage, you're allowed to, what's it called? Like, you'll always be allowed to kill a boss. It's pretty rare that a style or an item is so good that, like, your gear is carrying you. That's pretty rare. It's basically just Zamorak where that's the case. But the reality is that that's just not true. And the point of Necromancy was to teach you good fundamentals so that it doesn't matter what they do to the numbers, like, you'll be fine. And that's just true. Like, if you could kill something before, you can still kill it now, period. End of story. That's it. I would imagine that mechanic skips are gonna be significantly harder, which that makes sense, right? Like, I don't think Necromancy should have been able to, like, fully skip all of Zamorak's mechanics on every enrage. Like, that probably shouldn't be allowed, right? I mean, that's just Reddit. They're just psychopaths. If you remember that everyone on Reddit is unstable and has psychosis, all of a sudden, everything they do makes so much more sense. Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I suspect... Wait, why is he hitting me? No, that's not fair. Okay, I have no idea why he was hitting me. That was nuts, though. Yeah, like, I would just guess that Zuck is completely fine. But it's hard to know without, like, personally killing Zuck. And honestly, I have no plans on killing Zuck. Yeah, I think Hero Pass was like fine. Like once they took out the combat buffs, which shouldn't exist in a game that you either pay to play through like you need to buy the game, or in a game where you can't where like you have to pay a membership, you probably shouldn't have content buffs that like buff gameplay in that system, right? Like that just makes sense. That was a really good change that they did where Virago will clear bleeds though. Yeah, I mean, they released, at the very least, they released Haunt in a state that it shouldn't have released in. Haunt is clearly disgusting, and again, if you care about game balance, it was very obvious that Haunt was overpowered. I can see that. I think, in my opinion, I think the only part of the... Yeah, so I think Haunt having a duration, whack. It's like super, super, super annoying that Haunt has a duration now. Oh, that killed him. Okay, nice. That's really big. Yeah, the good thing about Haunt, I mean, as it stands, that's kind of where I'm leaning. I can't really think of a good reason why Ghost is on shorter why Ghost is on a shorter duration. Oh my god, I deleted myself. Oops. That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. What's going on, Paul? But yeah, I think that that Ghost having a longer duration or a shorter duration of everything else doesn't make that much sense now. It probably made sense during the conception of Necromancy, where it's like, oh, there's just so much raw damage here that Ghost just has to do that. But as it stands now, it seems it doesn't really make the most sense. Oops. I'm bad. Well, like, another thing to consider about my perspective is the main boss that I do is Virago, and I just, like, this boss has so much downtime that a lot of the issues that would normally plague, like, gameplay just don't really exist here. Oh, interesting. So they changed Haunt, so it's a debuff now instead of an on-hit. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I just scared myself. But yeah, we are also getting a fourth Conjurer, right? So, like, it's very unlikely that that fourth Conjurer is gonna be like, wow, the whole game is, like, completely blown wide open. But who knows, right? So before, the way that Haunt worked was it was just your ghost keeps reapplying it on hit. That's how it worked before. Now it's your ghost applies the Haunt debuff, and the Haunt debuff lasts 30 seconds. It's a very minor difference, but it is a difference. Oh, I did not mean to split soul. What the heck? I guess I don't use split soul in P4, so it's or in P5, so it's fine. It's a very minor, but it lets you apply Haunt to multiple targets. Oh my god, I didn't go back far enough. God, my phone is going off right now. What is happening? Of course he does. He does the blue mark. I command skeleton off cooldown. Oh, nice. What a gentleman Mr. Virago is. Jeez. These kills are definitely tough, though. Like, it's mostly this rotation. This rotation's really bad. And I think that, or for P5 in particular, this rotation's really bad. So, like, losing out on damage makes this feel so much worse. If Conjurer Army is on your bar, you can't, like, use Conjurer Army to reactivate your abilities. That's the biggest reason it's on my bar. Okay, hold on. I need to ban you. Bye. Conjure Army is mostly good for AFKing. And then it's good if... Yeah, basically Conjure Army just replaces my Putrid Zombie button because I'm never pressing Putrid Zombie in my entire life at Virago. Like, maybe it's worth blowing up Putrid Zombie. That's definitely possible, especially because at Virago, or not even at Virago, just at bosses in general, against non-poisonal bosses, your Putrid Zombie being alive is usually worse than just blowing it up. Where is my zombie? So I'm gonna try that. I am signing a lot more, though. It's mostly my fault for playing bad, but... Yeah, I think the only issue with an activate all is that there aren't abilities. Oh, sure. Yeah, like an activate army. Yeah, I mean, that seems good. I don't know why they wouldn't put that in the game, but who knows. Like, it would be pretty good quality of life to put army on your bar, and then just whenever an activatable ability is, like, ready, then it'll just activate it, and that's it. I think this is safe to jump down now, yeah. But yeah, once I finish the Drago Reaper, I'm probably going to get an AOD team together. So we'll see if AOD is anything crazy. I didn't even realize he sent out a magic attack, otherwise I would have had on Prey Mage. Virago is one of the few bosses where you kind of don't care about the Necromancy nerfs. Like, it makes P5 way worse on exactly team split, but on other mechanics, you don't really notice it that much. At poisonable bosses, it is a substantial nerf. I eventually would like to comp at some point, and I'm very slowly working on 200 mil all, but those are like pretty lofty, and I'm not that invested in getting them. It's just if I get them, cool. If not, then I don't really care. Yeah, I imagine you feel it pretty bad at Telos too. Basically, every poisonal boss is like, okay, this is way less damage. I need to check. I haven't done any Carapac since. I don't like that boss, so I just don't really do that much Carapac. Oh, I don't have the inventory space. I'm like, why can't I pick this up? Oh, he ate my resonance. I forgot he can do that. Yeah, I mean, I think the most egregious thing about the nerfs is, what's it called? Is, Putrid Zombie. I don't think Putrid Zombie was, like, that nuts. Like, maybe it was, but man, that seemed really insane how hard they nerfed it. Because when you take into consideration the haunt nerfs, Putrid Zombie nerfs are like, unironically, a 95 to 98% reduction in damage. And it's like, was Putrid Zombie really that broken? Like, probably not. For what it's worth, I think if you could kill something before the nerf, I think that there are 0 things that you can't kill now. Like, I just, right now, I'm not buying into the idea of, oh, there was a bunch of stuff I could kill before the nerf, and now I can't kill it anymore. Like, I just don't buy that, unfortunately. Which isn't to say that the nerfs weren't heavy-handed, but I think that a lot of people are, like, way overreacting. Yeah, which is fine, though, right? Yeah, and for what it's worth, I think Bloat did a lot of heavy lifting on Pizza Phase. So, like, Bloat being, what, 45% worse? That's a lot worse. Like, that's a lot worse. The only issue with just bringing the other combat styles up to par is that it's not quite that easy. The other combat styles have very serious issues that need to be addressed, unfortunately. Wait, why? I don't understand why that doesn't clear the bleed. Really glad that missed. Thanks, Go, for the sub. I appreciate it. Oh, my, can I get in the thing? Nice. That was my fastest P5 since. I played that phase really, really well. So, as far as we know, it's unclear whether Necromancy gets any accuracy or damage from just being a higher level. So, the big question mark is, does level, like, 107 Necromancy do any more damage than 105 Necromancy? Because if the answer is no, Necromancy being a 120 skill means literally nothing. And I don't know if we know the answer to that. So that's something that's worth keeping in mind. Because the other skills don't really have the skilling aspect that Necromancy has with the rituals. Yes, I am a 120 Necro. No, so that happens for sure. The question mark is, like, do the other styles need like a crazy rebalance to fix that? Or is this something that like I knew he was gonna bomb me, I just wanted to make sure. Like, is this something that can't just be like built into the numbers, right? Like, is there a reason why 99 range can't have 75 crit damage? Like, I don't think so. The fight isn't harder. Well, so for the Ratio fight, he's gonna be alive for longer. But one of the issues with the Ratio fight is that your conjures would die and you just couldn't resummon them because you didn't have the adrenaline for it. So now that you do have the adrenaline for it, it's just a lot less of an issue. Because I did a Ratio fight this morning, and in that fight, I used the same amount of food, which is no food, that I normally use. Oh, I should not have. I used my freedom way too early. Jeez. But yeah, I think it was correct of them to release the Necromancy nerfs now instead of alongside the other changes, because it's hard to tell in a vacuum what's working and what's not, right? Because if people aren't using Necromancy after they buff up the other styles, well, is that because they don't want to use Necromancy? Or is that because... what's it called? Is that because the other styles are actually just like better now, and like people are excited to get their hands back on the other styles? It's really hard to say, and it's hard to know. Dang, my resonance was late. That was unfortunate. Oh wait, he sent another attack. Okay, I guess it was fine. So like that's also worth considering as well. Well, that's the thing. It's not outside of your skill level. Necromancy isn't so broken that you're doing things that you weren't able to do before. You could do it all along, and that's the point of Necromancy, is that you can do it all along. Yeah, Necromancy is easier than the other styles. That's not deniable. And like, there was a lot of truth to, hey, it's a little weird that Necromancy is not only the easiest style, but by far the strongest. Like, now, personally, I still don't think that's Necromancy's fault. I think the other styles are just have not aged well. I think that's the last one. It is, okay. I wasn't sure. But yeah, I don't know. Like, to me, it's just really sad that there are people who are like, I can't play the game without Necro. And the fact that they nerf Necro means that I just, like, I'm quitting. Like, that's really sad to me. Yeah, I need to remember to blow up my putrid zombie. I keep forgetting. It's like, I know it's just a game, but like, damn, dude, believe in yourself. Like... So I agree with that like the barrier to entry is really high because of the price of items, but that's also a good thing for a newer player because by the time you actually get the money to understand or to like buy the more expensive items, you'll have spent enough time with the style that you understand what's going on with the style, right? And like, I think that's the point. Wow, that was like insanely clean, actually. What the heck? Wait, I'm kind of a Chad. That was so clean. That was super clean. Don't care. Honestly, I'm willing to learn all styles again. Yeah, I mean, four ticking's trash, right? Like, that's just the reality. But again, maybe I'm just not looking at this the right way, but you don't have to play the meta. If you don't want a 4-tick, just don't. Right? Like, yeah, you're doing less damage, and that's fair, but you're having more fun by not 4-ticking. And this is a game. It's supposed to be fun, you know? Yeah, and that's awesome. But, like, on the flip side of it, you did that. Necromancy didn't play the game for you. Raciel didn't log onto your computer and then kill Duck for you. You pressed the buttons and you killed the boss. So if you wanted to learn it with the other styles, you could. You just have to want to learn it with the other styles. Like, I still don't know how to use melee, but because Virago is one of the bosses that I'm working on, melee is good enough at Virago that I should just learn how to use melee. So if that's something that, like, I have to think about, it's like, okay. So I agree. Like, casual players don't have the luxury of time, and that's fine. But I don't know how many casual players are like, man, I could solo Solak before in 6 minutes, but now it takes 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't have time for that. Like, I agree with you, but that complaint doesn't match, like, the reality of where the casual player's at. Need to repair a bunch of stuff, so let me do that. I also need to do some more Solak. I need to repair this, these two. I need to repair anything else. Yeah, like, again, there are a lot of complaints to be had. And I 100% agree there. Like, even with the nerfs, while I agree with them in principle, the putrid zombie nerf was, like, nuts. That can't be understated. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. Like, you can say that you have slower kill times, and again, that's true. You do have slower kill times. Are your kill times so slow that the boss isn't worth doing? If the answer is yes, it is so slow that's not worth doing, guess what? It wasn't worth doing before. That's kind of the reality of it. Oh, that reminds me. I need to buy an Eldritch Crossbow. These are a bill? No shot these are that much. Are these actually a bill? No, they're 800. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think a transparency on their end would have been nice, where they could have just said, hey, listen, we're doing a lot of experimentation with Necromancy, so you can expect a lot of changes to happen with it. Like, that's totally fair. So, the way that Haunt used to work was that the Haunt debuff would last 4.2 seconds, and then Ghost would just reapply it every single auto attack. That's how it used to work. The way it works now is your ghost will apply haunt and it'll last for 30 seconds. And then if you want to haunt a different enemy, you can activate it again, and then your ghost's next auto attack will apply haunt for 30 seconds. I'm rich. I'm just gonna pay for this. Don't care. 919 mil. I got scammed. Okay. First, we need to see how good this looks. Bro, Eldritch Crossbow goes kind of crazy though with the Aurora die. So the auto apply only lasted 4.2 seconds. So since we were mostly using haunt in single target, what would happen is it would last forever. Oh yeah, if you can afford an Eldritch Crossbow, get one. They're probably going to be pretty good. I agree. I mean, what you do in Slayer is what you do this. You put Vengeful Ghost at the front of your bar. Every time you hit a new enemy, they get haunted, right? Like that's what you do with Slayer. This needs to go in my bank somewhere. I guess I just don't need this Revenant Bane sword anymore. What's happening? How we doing? Okay. Do I have any Karoming in here? No. So what do I want to put on my ECB? I want Karoming 4. I try for Zuck Cape before Solo Ambassador. It would help out a lot. Let me see. Do I have enough shadow components to roll for a Karoming? Oh, I do. That's convenient. I wonder where I got those from. Yeah, I think having a Hydrix Bolt switch is going to be very good. Select that. Select that. Sure, I'll discover these, it's fine. Wow, poor optimization. Unlucky. Wait, I'm a genius, hello? Wait, I'm actually OP. How did I do that? Listen, that's why I'm the content creator and you guys are the viewers, because of that. Right there. Okay, do I have an invention potion? Bro, I just went kind of crazy on that table. Hello? Super invention. And then it needs what? A mycelium webbing? So the issue is that you're switching a two-hand for a two-hand because you're going to be camping Bow of the Last Guardian. So switching your Bow of the Last Guardian off for Blights just feels bad. Alright. Does Aftershock 4... Or wait, hold on. Can I do this with this for Coroming 4 Aftershock 1? Wait, hold on. No, that's troll. Hold on. Okay. Does Coroming 4 Equilibrium 2 exist? I think it does. I'm sending it. That was really fun. That was awesome. What's even the chance of that happening? Isn't that like a 3% chance or something? Yeah, that's a 5% chance. Nice. Wonderful. Actually, it's probably even more than that. It's probably even less than that. Yeah, that's a 3% chance. Sick. Oh well, don't care. I don't need this Revenant Bane anymore, so I guess I'm just gonna break this. And I'll put these in my gizmo bag. It's all good. I'll figure it out at some point. I'm sure I'll get some more shadow components somewhere. But yeah, blights are just less, not intuitive, but the quality of life on using them is just a little bit worse because you're switching from bow to EECB, like doing one attack and then just that, like that's so much easier than one attack. And then, because you have to imagine, right, is you have one attack and then you do this. Now this is over here, you do this, and now it changes your inventory around. If you're constantly doing switches, it's just really annoying. Okay. For pool skips, as far as I know, you still get them, it's just less free. Well, yeah, I just don't really have anywhere to level glaives, so... Well, I guess that's not true. I can level them on Nihil. I just don't want to. Okay, let's check out Solak and see where that is. That's... okay, I'm having a stroke. Just ignore everything I'm doing. Not sure. I haven't done any AOD. So hopefully I can get a coordinated team together soon so that we can do some Angel of Death, but we'll see. We're gonna try out Solak. Now, I tried this earlier and then I died because I'm bad, or because I let my Blood Reaver die. When I did this earlier, this felt like noticeably worse. So just be aware that Solak is less fun. So I kind of care about the poison damage, so I don't want to be blowing up my guy yet. We'll turn you on, turn this on, do this.
Marathel, the betrayer! You lead these mortals against me?
You call me the betrayer? After what you did to our family?
I will
You
replenish
broke
the
us,
earth with your
Eristor.
bones!
You will die this day. Your reckoning has come.
The roots of the tree are one with us!
Yeah, like, this is for sure way less damage. Against poisonable bosses, like, this is way less damage.
The roots below bend to my will.
I'm not confident I'm gonna one cycle this core. Oh, I got it, okay. I mean, we're still getting one cycle cores, so like that's pretty good.
The grove bleeds! The anima below the grove is mine to command.
Eristor is losing hold. He's ripping the anima from the ground around us. His blight is slowly burning through you. If it gets too much, rally to me. I will draw it from you.
So the interesting thing to consider about Ratio Alright, so the interesting thing to consider about Ratio
Rip the earth open! Spill the blood of life!
is that even though he's definitely, like, his gear is definitely worse, it just kind of doesn't matter because the kill times are going to be so much slower, right? Thanks, I'm glad to hear it.
The power of the grove in its purest form! Let it rain down upon you! I'll crush you like the bug you are!
Bro, they should have just buffed me. You know what? I have a sneaking suspicion that this never would have happened if it weren't for Hero Pass. Bro.
He's getting weaker and losing control. I'm going to make a connection to cast him out.
You will not free him. This power is mine.
Darkness doesn't work on Solak.
Give me the life you so tightly cling to. Give me the life you so tightly cling to!
True. I mean, they made Solak soloable a while ago, and I learned how to do Solak basically solo. Like, I had someone help me with my first kill, and then after that, the rest of them were pretty much solo. Not pretty much, the rest of them were solo.
Give me the life you so tightly cling to.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a one cycle. Like, this wasn't even close, actually. Yeah, that wasn't even close.
No! Solak is close to dying. If Solak dies, all is lost.
Sister, your weak, futile attempts to stop me end now!
I'm going to make a connection to cast him out. This is our last chance. We attack together!
Listen, sometimes you gotta chill.
I'm sorry. You failed.
Yeah, I mean, this was like a minute and 30 seconds slower. So for a 6-minute kill, yeah, it's about 25% slower. So against poisonable bosses, that's about what you can expect. Is 25% slower. But like my Virago was 10% slower. Now, Virago has a lot of you just sitting there and doing nothing. So that doesn't mean as much there, but I imagine for longer fights, that's about what you can expect. I think at this point, ranged is faster to do Solak with. So I'll probably switch to ranged. Yeah, and like, that's definitely slower. That's still really fast. Like, 115s is really fast. I think I'm gonna switch this to, ranged build. Oh, actually, no, I want to keep my runes on me for field stuff. So I'm not bringing a shield. I guess I just don't bother. Yeah, ranged is better at poisonable bosses now, almost certainly. Let's do this. I do fight Zammy. I don't like that boss, but I do fight him. I'll probably just do this. Yeah, okay. Actually, we don't use Grimoire here. We use, what's it called? The other one. Scripture of One. I can do a more in-depth guide. Oh, also, actually, I wanted to try out Telos. So let me do that. I'm gonna be going in max gear, so this isn't gonna be like super representative, but I did want to try Telos. Well, I wanted to see if it was like really, really, really bad. Yeah, generally where you're really gonna want poison damage to pull through, that's when you're gonna notice the nerf the most. I mean, listen, I'm not saying that you're a munch, John, but this feels basically exactly the same, so. Yeah, so it may just be that you didn't have like a good setup for P4. So, because like what I did there, I just stun locked him. Like I didn't do anything crazy. I mean, that's fair. Oops, I'm bad. I don't remember if I had this guy death marked. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely slower, but I think just what it sounds like is that whatever you were doing for Telos wasn't good. It just worked, which isn't to say that you're bad or anything, because like that's not the point. But it's more that because Necromancy was so strong, it sounds like a lot of people were developing really bad habits. Because like that P4 wasn't that clean by any means. I like forgot what my rotation was, but like that was fine, right? Or that P5, like I used, I had a Blood Reaver and then I used almost a Brew. Listen, I'm just keeping it real, okay? But like a lot of what happens, I think, is that like one thing that I will say about Necromancy is that I think a lot of people just let the style, like you would just put on Revolution and just say, okay, do all of the damage, and that worked. But I think a lot of people didn't really learn the boss. Now, it's not to say that you can't do a lot of these bosses, but you just need to actually pay attention to what the boss is doing. Yeah, 106, that's like super, super good. Well, listen, I see why you don't like the nerfs then. But yeah, let's go back to Solak. I want to try ranged. It's been a long time since I've used range, so if I'm a griefer, I don't care. Yeah, it's just because of the way that Haunt works. It's not a buff on you. It's a buff on... what's it called? It's a debuff on the enemy that gets applied once, so... Okay,
Marathel, the betrayer! You'd lead these mortals against me?
You call me the betrayer? After what you did to our family?
I will
You
replenish
broke
the
us,
earth with your
Earthborn.
bones!
You will die this day. Your reckoning has come.
The roots of the tree are one with us.
yeah, it's definitely super annoying.
The roots below bend to my will.
Oops, didn't see this guy. Bro, how do I get out of here? Okay, thank you. Oh wait, my Blood Reaver's gonna die. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate.
How futile. You are weak, disgusting creatures.
I'm definitely doing something wrong. You can definitely one cycle that. The fact that you can just keep activating Eldritch Crossbow with a range just so good.
How futile. You
This kill is like really bad.
disgusting as your grove bleeds. The anima below the grove is mine to command.
Erethdor is losing hold. He's ripping the anima from the ground around us. His blight is slowly burning through you. If it gets too much, rally to me. I will draw it from you.
Listen, I said it was the hardest challenge on my channel at the time, which is true. I'm glad I put down my Death Swiftness already, jeez.
Rip the earth open. Spill the blood of life.
I mean, I'm just like hardcore trolling right now. This shouldn't be going as poorly as it is. Although I guess it's not even going that bad, like... Wait, what? Okay. Okay. Don't look at that. I don't know what happened. I got packet loss. Don't, yeah, that was bad. Don't do that. Why don't I have enough blood runes? Oh, that's why. I understand what happened. This preset didn't have this. Okay, so we'll do this. I didn't have Disruption Shield there, and I didn't have the other one. So, that's what happened. Although, honestly, I bet Magic here is just nuts. But I think my range setup was doing more damage than my Magic setup, so... Oh, you know what? You don't use Majrat with range. Yeah, I mean, I think ranged has like the highest ceiling for really crazy stuff to happen.
Merithel, the betrayer! You lead these mortals against me?
You call me the betrayer? After what you did to our family?
I will
You
replenish
broke
the
us,
earth with your
Earthborn.
bones!
You will die this day. Your reckoning has come.
The roots of the tree are one with us.
Thanks, Tanner, for the sub.
Seven minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare.
Thanks,
to play
Rowdy, for the
with you.
follow. Yep, no problem. What's a magic rotation? It's been a while, but I was planning on doing some Zamorak after this just to test, so once I actually head over to Zamorak, I'm gonna do a kill with I'm gonna do a kill with Necro and then a kill with range, and then I'll let you know what the deal is. So I think this will work. Thanks, Zach, for the sub. I appreciate it. This should be a one cycle, maybe?
How futile.
Wow, that was so bad. Why can't I one cycle this anymore?
Disgusting creatures.
I mean, the unfortunate reality, and this isn't a slight at you, it's just what it is. Magic is literally stronger now than it was before. If you Fortic. If you don't Fortic, it's slightly worse. Yeah, I don't know about you guys. This seems obviously worse than just using Necromancy. Necro is still almost certainly the best combat style at most bosses. I'm gonna fail this. Is what I would say.
How futile. You are weak. Disgusting as your grove bleeds! The anima below the grove is mine to command.
Erethdor is losing hold. He's ripping the anima from the ground around us. His blight is slowly burning through you.
I mean, yeah, like, it's definitely worse. It's not unusable by any means. At a lot of places, it's likely still going to be the best style by a pretty substantial margin, but I don't think it's like a big deal or anything. I was all, oh no, I let my Bic arrows drop. That's unfortunate.
earth open! Spill the blood of life!
Letting my big arrows drop was really bad.
Robe in its purest form! Let it rain down upon you!
Every time I go for that resonance, it stresses me out. Can I move, please? It's hard to quantify. My guess is that magic is probably the second strongest, and magic has probably always been the second strongest, like since Necromancy released. People just wanted the new hotness, which is fair. Nothing wrong with the new hotness.
Erethdor is getting weaker and losing control. I'm going to make a connection to cast him out.
You will not free him. This power is mine.
Yes, it is definitely easier. That is not deniable. But also, do you see these poison procs right now?
Give me the life you so tightly cling to. Give me the life you so tightly cling to!
Ooh. Ball of the Last Guardian's almost certainly stronger, just in a vacuum. Nice.
No! Solak is close to dying. If Solak dies, all is lost.
Sister, your weak, futile attempt to stop me end now.
I'm going to make a connection to cast him out. This is our last chance. We attack together.
This ends now.
I was really sitting here like, okay, when's my death mark gonna proc?
You are no brother of mine.
Oh, I forgot to shatter. Oops! Oops! Yeah, probably shatter, by the way. It's a good ability. But yeah, this was like a really bad kill for sure. Yes, getting a PB was fun while I was hybrid. I think hybriding is probably best in slot, but like I don't like hybriding and most people don't. So if you don't like hybriding, then don't do it, right? Yeah, like it's definitely weird like using all of these abilities I haven't used in months. Let's see. We'll wear that. Oh, what's my Zamorak setup? This, okay. I probably refuse to hybrid. I think that's fair to say. I don't think I'm ever gonna hybrid. But let's try some Zamorak. Dang, I forgot how many inventory spaces you need for the other styles. There's Wearing of Death. Bring this. Leave that. Bring Fractured Staff. Posit this, I guess. Okay, we'll try this for Zamorak, see how this goes. I haven't done magic here in forever, so I'm just gonna do like a 300% kill. Actually, let me refresh my sign. This is one of the bosses where you want to have your sign refreshed. Deactivate this. Reactivate Aegis. Oh, I don't. Ooh, I forgot to bring one of my rune pouches. Is there anything in here that I like don't care? Maybe that. Yeah, let's just do this. You don't really need a ton of food for Zamorak. Turns out G-Conk is still just really insane. A Mimic kill token. I don't want that. Destroy, don't care. Okay, let's see if I remember how to use magic.
You made it, but this is as far as you go. This world will burn! Heed my call!
Well, I remember how to use it, I just like started the rotation way too early. Bro, people are really out here. Necromancy's ruined. Like, listen, I get it. Necromancy, fuck your wife. It happens. But I don't think Necromancy is completely ruined. I think it's fine. It is way worse at poisonable bosses. Like, that, again, that's like the big takeaway. At poisonable bosses, Necromancy feels kind of whack. Oh, I forgot to apply Smoke Cloud. Oops.
That's your plan. The edicts. Step into the dark. Heed my call.
Oh, I forgot to do the thing. I'm bad.
Feel the rage of a god.
Oh, it only did 300 damage through 3 defensives. That's good. So they nerfed Haunt. So instead of Haunt doubling your damage up to a cap, Haunt increased your damage by 10% up to a cap. So at poisonable bosses, not only is Putrid Zombie like not doing as much damage and your guy isn't doing as much damage and all that, but your poison damage is reduced by about 40%. I'm slowly starting to remember my rotation. I also forgot to put Storm Shards on. Oops. Just basics. I manually cast all my thresholds.
You actually think that this will work, don't you? That Gothix's old tricks will stop me again? Chaos! Unfettered! Heed my call!
Okay, my switches are getting pretty clean though. I'm slowly remembering how to play the game. This kill is gonna be super slow. I mean, the biggest thing about magic is you just want to make sure you're using G-Conk liberally. G-Conk is your strongest ability, so you just like need to be using it.
This is no longer amusing.
Oh, I like trolled really hard.
With power meant for gods. I will turn you someday to a god.
Wait, I blasted this guy. Hello? Get shit on. You're bad. But one of the things to know about Zamorak's bleed, or about Zamorak's health, is that he can only heal on ticks where he's not taking damage. I didn't stack like any storm shards this kill. I would be very surprised if I actually got the kill. Maybe I just spend like 2 minutes just stacking storm shards. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Oops.
This has gone on long enough. It's time you learned your place, vermin. Heed my call.
So you can get mechanic skips if you like act like you know how to play the game. That's good. Oops, misclicked. Also, you just don't take any damage with Crypt Bloom. Like, it's really nuts how you just take 0 damage. Yeah, I'm using all 5 pieces here.
dare defy me? I who commanded the greatest armies in history. I who laid low Zaros. You're already dead. No! Gillinor will burn!
I only use it with magic.
Pain. You think you've won. It will never be over. Not until you lie broken. Heed my call!
Oops. Fine, that's why we refreshed our sign. Ooh, that was actually a little bit too early. I'm not gonna get this. Wait. Okay, I am gonna get this. Ring of Death OP. Oh, that just clears your Ring of Death? I didn't know that. That's nuts. I'm re-rolling it. Okay, that's more money. That's fine. Okay, well, that was pretty bad. I forgot to Vuln, but that wouldn't have mattered that much. I still would have signed. So I'm gonna do another kill with Necro and then see where that is. I feel like with Necro, that's just not even a problem, but maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe I'm a Necro enthusiast. I guess I can deposit this. Magic is significantly safer than, what's it called, though? Well, actually, let's go do Evil Bloodwood Tree. Yeah, it turns out Crypt Womb is still disgusting. Like, I took pretty much 0 damage from that, which is nuts. Up until P7, I just had no need for food at all. Oh, I forgot to empty my inventory. Oops. Now, I will say a part of why that kill was so slow is because I hadn't done it with magic in probably 6 months or so. I just don't like Zamorak that much. But, like, a part of that is also that, like, Necro just does a disgusting amount of damage. Oh my god, deposit, thank you. But yeah, I think with the Necro, I was getting 8-minute 500s or so. So as long as my Necro kill is like reasonably quick, like we'll say give or take 2 minutes based on just me not being familiar with magic. Like if my Necro kills are like 11 minutes, then yeah, Necro is giga nerfed to unusable garbage, but that's probably not going to be the case. I would suspect that at most places, using Necro is going to be best in slot for the vast majority of players. Now, there's some places where it already wasn't best in slot anymore. It wasn't best in slot at Virago. If you're doing Rise of the Six, it's not better than Melee. Well, the thing is, I think that the vast majority of players, like 99% plus, are significantly better with Necromancy than they are with the other styles. But yeah, I don't know. I think for most players, Necromancy is still best in slot. Now, is it best in slot in a vacuum? Probably not. But, like, we don't play in a vacuum, so... Yeah, and then we don't know, like, we don't know exactly where the fourth Conjure is going, right? And, like, it could be anything. Like, we know it's almost certainly Armored Phantom, right? But we don't know what aspect of the Armored Phantom where we're gonna get, you know? Like, we could get that big nuke that Armored Phantom does every so often when you're fighting them, like, normally. In which case, I would imagine we're getting a ton of damage back. It could also be a defensive familiar. In which case, cool. That means that we're going to be even tankier at places where maybe dodge chance isn't enough, right? So there's like a ton of options. And there's a lot of ways where Necromancy can end up being really, really powerful. Then we also don't know what else is going to be a part of the update, right? Like, maybe Vorkath and Zamorak drop a two-handed Necromancy weapon, which, like, completely changes how you use it. In which case, like, let's say that weapon, instead of having to deal anything with the passives, it was just, oh, your conjures do X% more damage. It's like, oh, well, now the Haunt nerf makes way more sense, because the two-handed was just, instead of having, like, a crazy passive, it was, oh, by the way, here's you know, double damage on all of your conjures, right? Like, that's something that could happen as well. No, you won't notice a big difference. Like, maybe a 3 or 4% difference. You're not going to notice a big difference. Again, for the vast majority of players, like, elite sea singers are going to be functionally identical to, what's it called? To, seismics, which are going to be functionally identical to the other one. Bracelet. Like, it's just the majority of players aren't going to be able to feel the difference. Okay, am I rich? Okay, so let's do Necro, or let's do Zamorak with Necro now. And again, one of the big things about Necromancy that's really, really nuts is that Zamorak, P7 specifically, is a place where you really, really, really can't afford to resummon all of your guys because you take too much damage from the big bomb. But the fact that you can resummon all of your guys is, like, really good. My guess is it would more than double it. Fracture Staff is really nuts. If you have all of the other crit buffs, it's really nuts. We'll just do a 300% again. We'll refresh Aegis so that everything is the same. I mean, I don't know. That seemed pretty clearly stronger than magic by like a pretty substantial margin. One of the other things that's really good too is that whenever you need to resummon, you don't have to unequip your lantern if you don't want to.
That's your plan. The edicts. Heed my call.
I mean, I don't know. This seems really good still. And I forgot to vuln him there.
You actually think that this will work, don't you? That Gothix's old tricks will stop me again. Heed my call.
I don't know. This doesn't seem like Necromancy's bad now, but... I guess I'm just a Jagex shill, right? That's probably going to be the excuse, but... True. Listen, I'm just saying, like, this doesn't seem that nerfed to me. Seems like it's kind of a wash. It seems like if you know how to kill a boss, you can just keep killing it and it's all good. Also, my grimoire isn't on.
Heed my call.
Listen, what I'm saying is that if you know how to kill a boss, like you actually know what the boss does, and you know how to adequately deal with what the boss does, then them nerfing the numbers on a style won't matter. Now, if they nerf the usability, that's you're always going to feel that, right? But like, they didn't really nerf the usability. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I can kill Zuck with a kitchen knife. Like, that's fine. I have 300 hours of Zuck. Like, I can do that. But that doesn't mean that because I can do that, yeah, like, that doesn't mean that because I can do that, it's like impossible for regular people to kill Zog. Yeah, and it takes longer, but there aren't that many bosses where this takes so much longer that the boss, like, isn't killable anymore. I also hardcore messed up my room.
Your place, vermin. Heed my call.
What's happening, guys? Well, let me summon this. Yeah, like, Necro feels modern, and it feels really, really good. So, like, the reality is that for the vast majority of players, like, Necro is just gonna seem, like, super nuts. And that's because it is super nuts. Like, if we include usability into, like, the measurement of how strong it is, this is still the most powerful style for how hard you have to work. And it's not particularly close. It does, you just don't get to cheat like you used to. Because you would get, like, crazy push that you, like, probably shouldn't be able to get.
It will never be over. Not until you lie broken.
Was this one, right? I hope so. I forgot. I don't know. That didn't seem that nerf to me. I was 5 minutes faster, and, like, it wasn't close. Ship it. I got the same thing, that's fine. Yeah, I think the thing that really hurts about Necromancy is that, or that sucks about Necro, it's not that the numbers are really good. No one did the last community challenge, so I think Zuck is too long. Like, maybe I should probably pick a non-poisonable boss, because people are gonna freak out that you're asking us to do Carapac? Yeah, like 2 people submitted times, so I just paid out the people who submitted times and said, okay, thanks, guys. But yeah, like, I think the biggest thing about Necromancy is that, like, it exposed how bad the other styles were in terms of usability. I think that's the big thing about Necromancy. So, like, we now know that the other styles are just bad. True. So, like, yeah, so we now know that the other styles are just bad. So when we nerf the only good style, then it's like, man, how come Necro is so bad now? Now everything's bad. It's like, well, no, that's not true. Necro is still the easiest. It's still the most accessible. Like, those things are obviously true. It's still gonna do the most damage for the vast majority of players. Like, I don't know what else there is to say. Yeah, I do. The things that I think need to be adjusted is I think Ghost, I think it just needs to be you activate it and it's just on, and that's it. Like, whenever your Ghost auto attacks, it puts the Haunt debuff on, period. Beyond that, I think they, like, Giga over-nerfed Putrid Zombie. I don't think he deserved that. That seemed excessive. Thanos seems invoke death that doesn't proc on P5 Virago. So it does. It just, you don't get like extra push from it. Like, you don't get like crazy amounts of push. Because what would happen is if Virago is at like 40k, you could 5-stack volley and you'd get 4 or 5 squares of push, which you probably shouldn't be able to do. Yeah, I think most people don't actively use Zombie. So I think if you blow up Zombie every 30 seconds and then resummon it, I think Zombie's probably pretty good. Like, it's obviously not what it used to be, but against non-poisonable bosses, it probably does more damage pre-Haunt nerf, or probably does more damage now than it did pre-Haunt nerf to non-poisonable bosses, which isn't saying that much. But I think it's just something that the player base needs to think about. Oh, let's rewalk and get a new Reaper task. By the way, Solo Virago Guide is probably going to be done by the end of this week. You thought Solak was hard? Wait until you guys try Virago. Barrows Rise the 6.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
Thanks, Kasser, for the follow. Okay, let's see. Barrows Rise the 6. What's today's Ratro rotation? Honestly, if you want my true opinion, the real culprit here is Hero Pass. True. If it weren't for Hero Pass, none of this would have happened. Wait, why is this guy lighting fires in here? Maserat's the best aura. You suggest now Maserat has like the weird true, Max Guild is the ultimate elite establishment. True. Maserat's gonna give you the most damage, but it just depends on like what you want to do. Like, are you looking for strictly damage? If you're looking for strictly damage, then Maserat and Dark Magic are going to be your best bets. If you want survivability, then Aegis is your only real option. Vampirism feels really bad. Invigorate is good, so I use Supreme Invigorate. Where is it? So, Supreme Invigorate is good if you don't have the Ring of Vigor passive, or if you don't have Conservation of Energy. Then Supreme Invigorate's probably your highest damage aura. But if you have either of those, Supreme Invigorate isn't that good. It's fine, and it's a little bit better now, because if you activate your Vengeful Ghost during your Living Death, then you're losing out on 10 Adrenaline. from not basic attacking. So getting that adrenaline back through Invigorate isn't nothing. Like, it's definitely worth thinking about. But yeah, at places where you're using Necromancy for the burst damage, you're gonna see pretty much zero difference. If after your burst window you're still hitting the boss, that's when you're gonna see a big difference. That's like the TLDR of the update. Naturally, that's going to include poisonable bosses. I'm gonna send Hellhound. Like, my guess is at Zamorak, I can probably mechanic skip. Instead of mechanic skipping forever, I can probably mechanic skip up to like 700, which, when you're really competent with magic and range and melee, that's kind of where you were already at, so... All I know is, if I don't get this Malevolent Kite Shield, the Hero Pass is finished. So, like, you're doing less damage at Rise of the Six, but it's actually fine because one of the issues that happened with Rise of the Six was that you overkilled a lot of the enemies. Hero Pass did nothing to deserve this? That's not what Reddit said. That's not what Reddit told me. Reddit told me that I went 1,000 kills dry at Carapac, and then Hero Pass came out, so Hero Pass ruined the game. That's what Reddit told me. I must have seen like 4 or 5 threads that are like, I already hate RuneScape, and now Hero Pass? It's like, wait, what? It has nothing to do with Hero Pass. Yeah, it was, the RS guy had an interview with, Mod Ryan, and Mod Ryan basically said that at the time it was cool and innovative, but the way things are now, for experienced players, it just takes away from the thing, and then for it just makes your kills take longer, and then for inexperienced players, you were never dying to pillar or to portal anyways, so it's just a waste of your time. Like, I've never died to the portal in my entire life. So for someone like me, it's strictly a waste of time. But if you're like learning rots and you're struggling, there's a real possibility that like you're not very good at maneuvering this, and then you get stuck in here and die. And then it's like, okay, so every single person is getting punished for doing rot. Why? Because I'm getting punished with slower kills, and then the people that are learning are getting punished with sometimes losing all of their loot and having to pay a death cost. Thoughts on necrobalancing? My overall take is that against enemies where you need to do a lot of sustained damage, especially poison damage, you're gonna notice about a 25% decrease in damage. Against pretty much everything else, it's not as pronounced. It's closer to like 10 to 15%. Which is still a lot, but it's nowhere near as bad as people make it out to be. Like, people are really out here having meltdowns about how RuneScape ruined their life because of necromancy, and it's like, okay, whatever. Like, there are bosses like Virago where your kill times are about 10% slower. Yeah, exactly. Yep, I do have a guide. It's on my YouTube, which which should be linked to my Twitch. But yeah, so like I did Virago. My kill time was about 10% slower, which is fine. I did. What else did I do? I did Solak. My kill was about 25% slower. Still faster than ranged. Although a lot of that was probably me just not being very familiar with range. Very nice, very nice. What else are you missing from Reaper Crew? Nice, it's awesome. But so like as a TLDR, generally speaking, the shorter your kills are, and the more you rely on like skeleton doing damage, you're gonna feel a bigger portion of the nerf. And then again, at poisonable enemies, which are typically longer fights anyways. My clan does raids pretty regularly. I don't know if you're in a clan, but if you need to like do raids, then you can always just hop in as a guest, and then we can set something up. Or if you're not in a clan, then you can just join. You want to lock the Daredevil title? Whoa, what is that? Word, yeah, my clan is called Neverland. So You can just guess in that, and then you should be able to do that with no issues. There we go. Yeah, after I finish this Rot's Reaper, I'll like go over all the bosses and like how fast or slow I think the kills are gonna be moving forward. Generally speaking, at bosses that you can just burst, it's gonna be about 10% slower, or at bosses that don't care about damage, namely Virago, they're gonna be about 10% slower. And then at longer boss fights, it's gonna be around 15% slower. And then at poisonable bosses and short boss fights, it's gonna be like 25% slower. Which is fine, by the way. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Sometimes more damage is not more better. Yeah, and then a lot of people aren't considering that, like, we're constantly improving as players, right? So even if they did nerf Necromancy, and even if we could go even a step further and say the nerf wasn't warranted and it's unfair, blah, blah, blah. Even if all of that is true, we're all better players now than when Necromancy came out. Like, that's just facts. Like, we all have more access to the game now than we did before Necromancy came out. Like, tomorrow, they could delete Necromancy. Obviously, that would be insane. But the reality is, we're all better at the game now because of Necromancy. I was gonna make a video on it, but I feel like calling a bunch of people crybabies is probably not the best path forward, so. It is true, but it's probably not the best path forward. Listen, that's why on my Reddit account, I don't like say that it's me. Like, my Reddit account is anonymous for all intents and purposes, so that I can just act crazy and then not have any blowback. Listen, you have to do it. Am I dead? No. Okay. Like, how many people... Yeah, unfortunately, I just spent like 2 bill, so I am now 2 bill away from being a clue streamer. So, oops. I guess I could tilt sell all my Necro gear since Necromancy is dead anyways, right, Smile? Necromancy did ruin my entire life by getting nerfed. Nah, you'll be okay. The point of my guide is to teach fundamentals, and if you learned the fundamentals through my guides, then you'll be able to do them. You turning into a skillet would be way funnier, though. It also depends on like where you're messing up on like on your Zuck, because you're going to be doing less damage at Zuck. That's obviously true, but you're not going to be doing so much less damage that like it's not doable anymore. You're just going to have to adapt your rotation a little bit. Like instead of just pressing bloat on the what's it called? Well, the thing about Zuck is that Zuck himself isn't hard, it's just pizza phase. So if you're getting the pizza phase, it doesn't matter if you have to do 3 or 5 or 10 of them. If you're getting the pizza phase, then you can kill Zuck. Yeah, the no adrenaline cost helps at a surprising amount of bosses. Yeah, but the not cleaning burns, that's more about just not doing the thing, because there is a way to cleanse bleeds that's just very simple, right? And that's why I say to not freedom the first bleed, because if you mess up the bleed on Quakes, then you want to use freedom for that. But a lot of people will freedom the first bleed, and then they'll mess up Quakes, and they'll have like 2 stacks of the bleed, and just die to that bleed. And it's like, well, you didn't have to freedom the first bleed. But I think what a lot of players need to get used to is the idea that your health bar is a resource. Yeah, Invoke Death on minions is going to be really, really good now. Especially with how long Invoke Death lasts. Like, as soon as you kill one of the minions, you can just, like, Invoke Death and immediately start moving towards the next minion. That was really bad. Okay. That's very funny. That's not ideal, but that is funny. So that's very good. Torag's still dead? He is, okay. I'm gonna rest for a couple seconds. Ew, this is my rest animation? I want a different one. Ew, that's terrible. That... I disagree. What is this? Oh, I need to disable this. What is this rest emote? And there it is. Omens? Oh yeah, the skilling pet, yeah. I think my favorite pet is Artemis. Artemis is gorgeous. You have to kill all 6. You just need to wait for the other 3 to hop over. Oh, that's the Virago outfit, right? I do not have that. I haven't done any hard mode yet. I unlock hard mode tomorrow. Where is Artemis? Like, look how majestic Artemis is. Hello? But yeah, I'm gonna start unlocking the Omen's outfit very soon. Maybe. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not confident that I can do hard mode Rago, but we'll see. Hey, this guy's deleting me. Can you chill? My biggest worry is Vitalis. Vitalis just seems really whack. And like, you have to do Vitalis in every hard mode kill. One of the big advantages that melee has is you can deflect melee and then just hit Virago during reflect with devotion. And you don't take any damage, so you can just build adrenaline that entire time. You can't really do that with Necromancy. Like, you kind of can, but not really. Did I finish my rods task? I didn't. Okay. I was not paying attention. Probably Virago. I learned Virago recently, but that boss is just really cool. Well, I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's really close. My big issue with Virago is I think Vitalis is the worst mechanic in the entire game. But besides that, which that is a big caveat. Virago is hard. That boss is very systematic, where once you know how to deal with every mechanic, you deal with it exactly the same way every single kill. So it's a boss where you're gonna learn it increment, and this is all solo. In duo and trio, Virago's easy, but in solo, it is really hard. But a lot of the difficulty comes from, one, it being an old boss, so it just having like quirky mechanics, and then two, a lot of the things that Virago does, other bosses don't do. So it just takes a little bit of getting used to like how Virago is uniquely different from a lot of these bosses. Yeah, I mean, duo Virago is like a lot of fun and it's good money. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Group Virago is Zamorak for dummies. I think solo Virago is one of the hardest things in the entire game. Solo hard mode Virago is probably the hardest thing in the game worth doing. Followed by solo next, AOD, followed by normal mode Virago. But I haven't done like crazy high enraged Telos, so I could be wrong. Yeah, Virago, you need to have a very good understanding of the game. Like, that's not a boss where you're doing, like, Kriara and Krill, and it's like, alright, bet, Virago time. Yeah, that's pretty much what I would expect. Like, and then you have to consider that your kills are, what, 40, like 35 seconds slower? 20 seconds of that is probably just clearing pools, right? Like, in terms of the amount of damage you're doing to Raksha, I don't think the amount of damage you're doing is, like, 50% less. Or 33% less. Yeah, I would be super surprised if it wasn't coming with Vorkath and Zemragul. I would be very, very surprised if that wasn't the case. Love it. Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of usability, Necro is still far and away the easiest style to learn on. And it's still probably the strongest style. And it still probably has the highest utility. Only being competed with with magic. So like Necro's still very, very, very good. Like, it's mostly just crybabies who are like, I used to make 120 mil an hour. Now I make 100 mil an hour. This game is the worst game ever. It's like, okay. You're literally having like a psychotic attack over 20 mil an hour. Like, oh, instead of the best money in the game, or not even the best. Instead of the second best money in the game by a pretty wide margin, it's the second best money in the game, like, barely. It's like, oh, okay. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is significantly easier to understand than the other styles. Okay, that was a lot of damage. But yeah, like, if you know how to play the game, well, first, if you don't know how to play the game, then you're probably going to notice a difference, because instead of Revolution doing everything for you and you skipping all bosses' mechanics, you have to, like, know what the boss does. But if you know how to play the game, yeah, you're going to get a damage reduction, but, like, you're not losing kills that you weren't getting before. Like, that is not happening. Like, all of my really long Virago kills I got today, that was me playing really bad. Like, really bad. Like, messing up bleeds multiple times in P5. And it's like, I could blame Necromancy, but, like, I just messed up. Like, that's what happened, you know? Like, I can blame Necromancy for my kills being a minute slower. I can't blame Necromancy for my kills being 5 minutes slower when I'm making 4 minutes worth of mistakes. I think I just ruined the kill. Did not, okay. Making him relearn boss in his power armor to make sure he understands the mechanics. Yeah, exactly. Like, doing stuff like that is really good. Like, the tank armor is really, really nice. There are very few places where you need tank armor. Did you ever get all of your Nihilus? I haven't gotten any Nihilus. Still. I think I'm 400 or 500 kills with no Nihilus. 1 in 100, by the way. Didn't really like the ghost change, though. I think the ghost duration feels really bad. I'm not sure why it's on a duration and giga nerfed. I think the nerf had to happen. The duration feels like, hey, we're gonna, like, nerf you and then, like, kick you while you're down. It's like, alright. Yeah, must be nice. I have a core in my bank. I just don't have any Nihilus, so I can't do anything with it. So there's just like 850 mil just in my bank collecting dust, so... Yeah, and that's one of the things that really sucks about Glacier. Like, it would be really nice if every X amount of kills, it was just like, okay, you failed a Nihilist roll, here's one Nihilist. It's like, okay, like, I'll take it. Like, it should just be like every 25 kills in hard mode, you get a Nihilist. And like, that by itself, massive change for quality of life. Because then, if you're like not getting cores and you have too much Nihilist, okay, I'll just keep making Dark Shards and Dark Slivers. And, you know, it's just a little bit of extra cashy here and there. As long as I don't crit, that's fine. Yeah, like, because I'm going for Golden Reaper, I have to grind out the Nihilist no matter what, so it's just, okay. I hope our Glacier lets me play the game. Oh, he doesn't. Really cool. Like, it's... If I liked the boss, it would be fine, but it's just trash. Having a dismiss button would be cool. Especially in bosses that have a lot of downtime, like not having to equip your Excalibur. Although, in all honesty, at a lot of these bosses, you should be bringing your Excalibur anyways. So, maybe it's not that big of a deal. 500 kills with no Nihilus. And the boss goes out of his way to waste your time. I need to bloat Torag, like, right now. My movement was pretty bad there, but I got the bloat off, so it doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, Glacier is definitely the worst boss in the game. It's like not close. Besides like Giant Mole, but like that doesn't count. Actually, I wanted to test that. I wonder if you can, I wonder if Deathmark actually kills Giant Mole now. Because sometimes you would death mark it and it would just dig. And it's like, okay, thanks. Yeah, it's just cringe how so many of his bosses, or how so many of Glazewar's mechanics are just, hey, you don't get to play for like 10 seconds. Like, at least with Necromancy, minions are a lot less egregious, but the boss is still just not fun if you get back-to-back minions. Or if you get back-to-back pillars. Who's still alive? Oh, Guffin. Nice, that's awesome. I'm still missing a web. I need a web and pets. And then I'm done with Araxor. Yeah, exactly. Like, we're guaranteed getting a 4th Conjure. And we're obviously going to be getting more in the future. Well, the other thing about nerfing things in the future is that, let's say when they update the other styles, they launch the nerf of Necromancy as well. It's going to be really hard to tell, is Necromancy seeing less play because it's bad? Or is Necromancy going to be seeing less play because people are just really excited to try the other styles again? It's like one thing that a lot of game developers do is they don't design the game for how things are. They design the game for how the players feel things are. So that's something to consider as well. Where, in all honesty, Necromancy probably wasn't too good in a vacuum, but because people were crying about Necromancy for weeks and weeks, the reality is that Necromancy almost certainly had to get nerfed because people felt like it was too good. For instance, it wouldn't surprise me if ranged was like far and away the strongest style with the crit changes. And like obviously if they like rebalance the damage. Because like you have to imagine Saren Godbo having a like cap of 300,000 damage per minute. That's really good. Like, really good. Like the strongest thing in the entire game, and it's not close. And then you have the rest of the skill. Now, because Saren Godbo has the potential of being that good, it's also possible that hybriding is just a thing again, where instead of like using ranged, you just bring an SGB switch with Ingenuity of the Humans. Although I guess you don't need Ingenuity of the Humans anymore. Actually, no, that's not true. If you're hybriding, you still need Ingenuity of the Humans. But, like, that's something to think about, is that ranged is probably gonna be doing, like, 800,000 damage per minute, and 300,000 of that is gonna be Saren Godbo. So Saren Godbow, yeah. So Saren Godbow is 30% adrenaline, 30-second cooldown. You shoot 5 arrows in the air that can hit up to 5 times against 5x5 enemies and up to 3 times against 3x3 enemies. So against blocked enemies, which the only blocked enemies I know of off the top of my head are Yakamaru, Virago in phase 5, Zamorak in phase 7, and Solak in phase 4, and Raksha in phase 4. And Karapak in phase 4. So there's like a few blocked enemies. I'm sure there's more. Those are the ones I know off the top of my head. Against those enemies, you're guaranteed to hit whatever all of your arrows up to whatever size the enemy is. So against Raksha, you're guaranteed to hit all 5 arrows. That's really cool. So with the new crit changes and the damage cap changes, Saren Godbow is going to be able to hit a damage potential of 30k per arrow for 5 arrows. If your Ruby Recriminabolts proc and the enemy has a reasonable amount of health, it's going to hit 150k against these enemies, which is a lot. Like, a disgusting amount of damage. Okay, Torag's dead. Perfect. Wait, who's still alive? Oh, Guthin. I was so confused, I couldn't see anyone. So, because you can do Saren Godbow twice per minute, it's quite literally has a damage potential of 300,000 damage per minute from a single weapon. That's really nuts. And like, it's technically more than that if you include Eldritch Crossbow, but Eldritch Crossbow, like, it'll probably up it to like 350,000 damage per minute. But yeah, like, that's Saren Godbow. Saren Godbow is really nuts. The issue is against enemies that don't have blocking, it's not guaranteed to hit the maximum arrows. So against Virago in phases 1 through 4, your Saren Godbow can hit 1 arrow. Yeah, exactly. Like, so in the new system, Saren Godbow is going to be able to hit a maximum of 300,000 damage per minute and a minimum of like 10,000 damage per minute. Literally. So it's gonna be, that is something I would like to see fixed, but if they do fix it, it's gonna be so disgustingly powerful that it might just need to get nerfed, which is fine. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with it getting nerfed, because the reality is that that much damage per minute is just too much. But yeah, the things that I would expect to get nerfed are potentially Saren Godbow, potentially Armadale Battlestaff, with Saren Godbow, absolutely not. But Saren Godbow is just, it's the most broken thing in the game, as in it doesn't work. So when it works, it's the best weapon in the game, and it's not close. When it doesn't work, it's the worst weapon in the game, and it's not close. And then whether or not it works is RNG. So it's broken, and it's broken. I think they're like two bill now. I think I'm safe. Yeah, I am safe. Nice. I guess I didn't have to dodge that because it wasn't in. I was healthy enough that wouldn't kill me, but. Definitely good practice to always dodge it. I mean, if you kill bosses, you'll make the money eventually, right? Like, there's a lot of bosses who drop consistent GP per hour. So, Solak, with these current rates, is like 8 kills an hour. So Solak drops guaranteed 40 mil an hour no matter what. It'll always drop that every single time. Yeah. And then like Rise of the Six, I believe, is very similar, where this is guaranteed 40 mil an hour. You're going to get that much money every single time no matter what. Virago is guaranteed like 50 mil an hour. You're going to get that much money every single time no matter what. So there's bosses like that you can do. Or on the flip side, doing bosses with big ticket items like Carapac, like Raksha, like Arc Glacier. Those are other ways that a lot of people make money. Yeah, stuff like that sucks, but that's just Carapac. Because of how low his drop rate is, I don't know the math off the top of my head, but even if you're rolling a 1 in 45 or a 1 in 450 3 times, that's not as likely as rolling a 1 in 150 once. Now, your chances of getting it are going to be about the same, but you're just way more likely to go dry. Yeah, I mean, Carapac's trash loot's really good. But yeah, I forget the exact math on it, but it's like, to be 99% likely to get something that's a 1 in 450, it's way more kills to be 99% likely to get something over something that's 1 in 100. Like, more than 3 times as many kills. I don't know exactly how much more likely it is, though, but that is just something to keep in mind, that at Carapac, it is really easy to go dry. Yeah, again, I don't know the exact math on it. It's been a while since, like, I've, like, dealt with that type of math. Rots is okay tonight. It was my Reaper, so I'm just doing it. I don't like it when Torag is on the same side as Aram. Like, if Rots wasn't my Reaper, I would only do it if it was Aram on one side and then Torag and Carol on the other side. But Torag hasn't stunned me a single time, so... maybe it just doesn't matter anymore, but yeah. Yeah, that's what I do. I bloat him right before the brothers hop over. Now, if Torag stuns you early because you're bad, it's not gonna prevent that, but yeah. It changes every day. Yeah, so I blowed him here, and now, like, I can't mess with the kill. Well, tomorrow is the new Virago rotation, so I'm gonna be spending all of my time after, I'm gonna be spending all of my time after reset just doing Virago for the rest of the night. I could, so, like, I don't want to be doing Rots at a reset and then switching to Virago. I'm pretty close to having enough energy to have done it all myself. I bought some energy, but I'm, like, really dry on, what, I'm almost 900 kills with no thing? With no Malevolent? Yeah, I'm 850 kills with no Malevolent, so... like, I just want to be done with this so I can never come back here. So, Rots isn't hard, it's punishing. And if you're not used to moving while using abilities, you will lose a lot of kills to Torag stunning you. Yeah, I'm what, almost 4 times drop rate? No, I'm like 3.5 times drop rate. Have your DPS rotations changed since the nerf? They haven't really. My rotations are pretty much the same, it's just they do less damage now. Yep, take it easy, boss. So basically your abilities that do low damage per tick do like 40% less damage, and then your abilities that do low damage per instance of damage do like 40% less, and then your abilities that do high instances of damage per instance is like 5% less. Your sustain is also a little bit worse. Yeah. So, against poisonable enemies, you're doing like 25% less damage. Against enemies that you kill relatively quickly, you're gonna do like 20-ish% less damage. Against enemies that you kill slowly, and also aren't poisonable, you're gonna kill like you're gonna do like 10% less damage. So it is less damage across the board, but the utility across the board is like really, really, really good. They also gave Vengeful Ghost a duration, which just feels really bad. I don't quite know why it has a duration. It feels pretty miserable to play with. Especially since they nerfed the numbers so hard. It just feels weird that, like, it feels like we're getting punished twice. It depends on the boss you're doing. So I use life transfer at Virago. I use it at Solak. Yeah, you probably still open with life transfer at every boss. Just using life transfer in the middle of a kill while a boss is damaging you is less good. It's not bad, but it's just a little bit less good. Yeah. Because, like, the other thing about Haunt as well... Oh, I guess I'm done with the hour. Oh, okay. The other thing about Haunt as well is that, like... it's not giving you that much damage per hit anymore. So, there's a lot of bosses where it kind of doesn't matter if your Haunt is on or not. Especially if you're doing like a Living Death rotation. During your Living Death rotation, you're pretty exclusively only using hard-hitting moves. So in those instances, like, just doesn't matter as much if Haunt is not on. So I have about a half hour before I'm gonna finish up. Guess I could just go back to Virago, right? There's no harm in that. Let me see, are there any bosses I want to do right now? Oh, I did want to test out Giant Mole. I wanted to try something. Golden Reaper is every unique drop from every boss, including pets. I have not gone back to Raksha. I'm sure that Raksha is significantly slower, but I haven't gone back yet. What did I just do? That movement was so bad. You still probably don't have to prayer flick, in all honesty. Oh, that didn't do as much damage as I thought it was going to. Yeah, that's super cringe. Very nice. I mean, yeah, stuff like that's definitely annoying for sure. Wow, 10 giant mole. Wow. Well, that was terrible. I mean, I think for a pool skip, you just need to backload a lot of your damage, right? Like, let me put a build together. We'll do this. This. We'll bring Alg, deposit deposit all this. I don't need food. Deposit this, bring this. Bring 10 of these. I mean, we'll try some reaction and try to get us up to. Bro, Manny's the GOAT. I don't want to hear anyone disrespecting Manny.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused. Do not let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
Your thoughts betray you.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
My prey.
Oh, that wasn't good.
Your thoughts betray you.
It's too
I mean, that's fine.
I'll open the gates.
Yeah, that was definitely close.
Release me. Release me.
You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long.
Yeah, I mean, I also messed up the rotation. I missed out on an enhanced auto attack.
I will drag you into
Hide behind the posts.
I was not even paying attention to his health. Oops, I'm dead. Bye. I literally wasn't even paying attention. Okay, I mean, I hard griefed this kill, so that just doesn't, like, matter as much. Mine is 143, I think. This kill was terrible. This was disgustingly bad. Okay, don't look at that. That kill was miserable. You can kill Raksha, you just need to believe.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused. Do not let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
Oh, that was really unfortunate. I tried to cheese.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
Dang, I was 2k off. That's so sad. That's so sad. I was 2k off.
It's too dangerous.
Whatever, that's fine.
Lure him through. You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long.
It is good that Haunt has like a smart targeting thing on it. So like it won't haunt an enemy that's already haunted. I'm using Reaper's Ring, yeah.
Hide behind the posts. Collect that shadow.
Okay, I mean, that P4 was significantly cleaner. No, I'm not ring swapping. That's too much work. Don't care. Okay, so that P4 was good. The rest of it, not so much, but that P4 was good.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused. Do not let him absorb the shadows. may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus. The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly. It's too dangerous.
Okay,
Far
cool.
open the gates. Draw him through.
Free me. Release me. Release me.
You must finish him quickly.
I don't know if this is going to be a sub 2. I don't think it's going to, but that's fine.
Drag you into
Hide behind the that shadow.
Yeah, I have brain damage. I mean, a 210's really good. A 210's like really good. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about divert, honestly. But in all honesty, you don't even really need adrenaline. Like in that phase, because you're not, your bottleneck isn't adrenaline, it's your stacks. What gloves are best in slot? I'm just using the hand wraps because Raksha isn't poisonable. What's your opinion on Necro now? It's 100% a nerf, but it's nowhere near as bad as anyone says it is.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused. Do not let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus. The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly. It's too dangerous.
Okay, I mean, that was super clean. Like,
You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long. Hide behind the posts. Collect that shadow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's fine. Maybe Death Touch Bracelet's better. I haven't cared to do the math on it. I appreciate it, old fella. That means a lot. That's really late. You're UK? I'm like having a stroke. I forgot what I was gonna do.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused.
I haven't gotten a kill where my opening skull's crit yet, which is kind of annoying.
Do not let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
Your thoughts betray you.
Nice, I got that timing tick perfect. That was really good. Yeah, you see a save split soul.
You must defeat him quickly. It's too dangerous.
Like I just did 3 pull skips in a row that were all 0% in rage.
You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long.
Not really. I guess I can put one out. Most of my guides are geared towards newer players, so I haven't really thought to like put out something for pull skip.
Well done. I will return Raksha.
Raksha doesn't really have any weird reflect mechanics where Death Touch Bracelet like screws you or anything. The question is 5% duration and 7% conjure damage, is that better than Death Touch Bracelet? My guess is probably not, but like it could be. I just don't know. So in all honesty, I'm not like crazy impressed with Grimoire. I wonder if Full Book is going to end up being better. I'm going to try a couple of kills with Full Book and see what that's about.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused. Do not let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
So I don't think it's worth buying a Full Book What I will say is if you get a full book as a drop from Zuck, it's 100% worth keeping. It's just, it feels really weird to buy a full book.
Your thoughts betray you.
Oh, my scripture wasn't on. I'm like, dang, this thing just didn't proc a single time this kill. It wasn't on.
You must defeat him quickly.
Probably losing this kill.
Your thoughts betray you.
I guess I'm not losing it. I'm just going to be at a 50% rage.
I'll open the gates. Lure him through.
I saw some guy on Reddit say that he got a 1 cycle after the change, so...
You must finish him quickly.
Now, Reddit is not to be trusted under any circumstances, but that's a weird thing to lie about, so...
I will drag you into
Hide behind the posts. Collect that shadow.
Okay, so that was terrible, but I messed up. Yeah, I'm not doing all that. Don't care. I don't do book swaps. I don't do ring swaps. Like, I'll ring swap at the end of a kill.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused.
Finally opened with a crit. That's good.
Do not let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
Oh, I might have trolled with this split soul. Yeah, split soul is really bad. Maybe it's fine.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
Guess it's fine. Oh, I need a weapon spec.
It's too dangerous. I'll open the gates.
Yeah, so you don't need Grimoire to pool skip, which is good.
You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long.
I will drag you into error.
Hide behind the black of shadow.
Very nice.
Well done. I will return.
Do I do anything extra with the adrenaline? Not really. So there's some places like Raksha where you can do stuff with the adrenaline. Well, let me rephrase. At Raksha specifically, no. At Solak and Virago and Karapak, yeah, 100%. Especially because you can resummon all of your guys and life transfer during a time warp. Yeah, 100%. There's definitely stuff. There's definitely extra stuff that you can do with the adrenaline. Is Reflect a better cost-effective option than Bloat? It's gonna largely be based on what type of boss you're doing. It's like when if the boss is doing a lot of damage to you, then you're gonna get a lot of upside. So you can do both. Like what I do is I time warp, resummon guys. So like at the end of phase 1, I will unsummon all my guys, resummon all my guys at 100% adrenaline. Then I'll time warp whatever this is, Living Death, build up to Skulls, cast Skulls, and extend the duration all before your Living Death is all before your time warp like snaps you back. Then you get the Skulls immediately and you get healed back to full. Oh, I guess I can spin the wheel a little bit, right? Because I can skip. It's Karapak's unique mechanic. It snaps you back in time 10 seconds, keeping your prayer, health, and adrenaline, and all of your cooldowns. Let's do this. Oh, another dart, nice. Okay. Okay, giant fallen star, we take those. Yesterday I got 2x, or I got guaranteed purple 4x, completely missed. Does Necro benefit from aura? Majrat and Dark Magic are gonna be your 2 best damage auras. Need to disassemble these. I guess I can sell these. Okay, survey says rumbling components. Oh, and shadow components, nice. All is actually really good. Okay, so we're gonna put these guys in my Alker. Then that's probably gonna be it for the night. But yeah, I'll definitely put out something soon about pool skipping. Cause like it's definitely doable. Like I just did it, right? But I think a lot of people are not really they're just doing their same exact rotation and then like confused that it's not pool skipping. Huge plated and medium bladed. Okay. Huge plated. I think these huge plated are from Brago. Put these in here. And then I need 44, 55 Ascendary bolts. $44.55 Ascendary bolts and 3,073 Onyx bolts. And then Onyx bolts, I think I remember how many. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3. That sounds right. What the heck? Why aren't these buying? Oh, I'm buying them at mid. Okay. Have to buy slightly above mid. Like, did people figure out that you're supposed to just alch these Onyx bolts and it's free money? Yeah, my quick math is too good. It's too powerful. Okay, so that's gonna be it for tonight. Tomorrow, we're probably gonna test a few more bosses just to see what stuff's like. It looks like Raksha is about, what, 20 seconds slower versus about 100. No, because my kills were like 150 after the nerf. So we're actually like 15% slower, which is fine. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, we're going to test a couple more bosses. We're going to test Carapac. We're going to test Glacior. I'm sure there's other bosses I'm not thinking about, but we're going to do that tomorrow. We're going to test AOD as well. We're going to try to get a team going before reset. Then after reset, we're going to do some Virago. We're finally going to unlock a hard mode, which is going to be nuts. I don't know if I'm going to do any hard mode attempts tomorrow, but we're going to unlock a hard mode for sure. What's your Racial time now? I don't remember. I think it was like a 130 or something. But it wasn't like crazy fast. I didn't get anything nuts. What else? If you could choose what combat style to be meta, what would it be? I mean, the thing is, I play solo most of the time. So meta doesn't matter to me. Because I'm gonna do what I want to do pretty much no matter what. If I want to use magic, I'm going to use magic. If I want to use ranged, I'm going to use ranged. If I want to use necro, I'm going to use necro. That's just what it is. So I don't care about meta. Ideally, every style has a particular niche that it's really, really good at. And every style has like 2 or 3 bosses that this style is best in slot. And then there was going to be another style that has so much utility or so much tankiness or so much whatever that's gonna be like the generically best style. What's my bank now? I think I'm 36 bill right now. I'm 35 bill. I just spent a ton of money on an ECB and an Aurora die, so I'm like down some money right now. But I think Necro, as it stands, has the most utility. So even if all the styles are balanced, ranged is probably going to be best at poisonable bosses. Magic is going to be best at bosses that do a lot of damage to you. And then melee is going to be best at bosses where you need to burst. And then Necro is going to be good at everything else. So yeah, like I already have all the gear, so like I'm chilling. And then I died to this this Eldritch crossbow, so I can't merch it now. That reminds me, I need to put Aftershock on this. Yeah, I just need to do some stuff off stream, unfortunately, and I'm tired of talking to people, so. But yeah, I'll definitely be back tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do some more testing, and then we'll unlock hard mode Rago. So yeah. Thanks guys for watching. If you like the stream, feel free to give me a like and a subscribe on YouTube. If you want to support me monetarily, feel free to become a member on YouTube or subscribe on Twitch. Thanks guys for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow.